Attention in the barn, class 22, lightweight crossbreds. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 22, lightweight crossbreds. This is your first call to the show ring.
Attention in the barn. If you have lost your phone and you could come describe it to me and unlock it, I would be happy to return it to you. I am on the stage in the arena. Thank you.
Attention in the barn, this is your second call for class 22 crossbreds. Class 22, this is your second call to the show ring. Just a reminder to all exhibitors and participants in watching, please wear your mask as we proceed through today's pig show. Class 22 crossbreds, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 22 crossbreds, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Well, good morning, Rodeo Austin. How is everybody this morning? Are we ready to have our final day of pig showing? Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. And hopefully we can start right on time. So this morning we're going to start with our 4-H pledge, which is going to be stated by Willow and Scout Goldsmith. They are part of the Discovery 4-H and Texas Photography Ambassadors of Travis County.
I pledge my head to greater thinking, my heart to better service, my hands to greater loyalty, and my eyes to greater living for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Excellent. Thank you, Willow and Scout. Next, we will have our FFA motto said by Lindy Yoder from the West Texas A&M University.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Thank you, Lindy. Now, if we will all rise and please remove cover, we'll have our invocation by Jeff Dodd.
Dear Heavenly Lord, we come to you this morning just humbled by your will and what you allow us to do as a group. We're thankful, Lord, for the blessings you bestow on us. We're thankful for safe travel as we made it our way from all over the great state of Texas to here in Austin. We ask, Lord, that you look over our show today. We ask that you look over us as we travel back home this evening. We ask, Lord, that you look over our servicemen and women that are fighting for the freedoms that we're able to enjoy. And we just ask that you keep us safe, Lord. We know it's a troubled time. We're just asking for guidance. We're asking for your will, Lord. All these things we ask in your name. Amen. We'd also like, if you don't mind, standing. We have had a tough year. It's about 370 days since this pandemic has affected us. We all know someone that's either suffered or passed. So I would ask if we could, we do a moment of silence for all those that have passed. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Jeff. Now, if you'll remain standing, we will have our national anthem sung by Miss Carly Estes of Williamson County.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home
excellent. Let's give these individuals a round of applause. Well, good morning, Rodeo Austin. Let's go ahead and have us a pig show. Will Sarah Stovall from Dumas FFA please bring your pig to the ring? Sarah Stovall from Dumas, bring your pig to the ring. At this time, I'd like to introduce our judge for today's Junior Market Barrow Show. Our judge today is Ben Boble, is joining us from Lincoln, Illinois, where he lives with his wife Haley and 3 children, Ella, 15, Claire, 12, and Alex, 6. Ben was raised on a grain and livestock farm in central Illinois. After high school, he attended Black Hawk East College, where he received his associate's degree. He then transferred to Iowa State, where he was a member of the livestock judging team. Ben received his Bachelor's of Ag Studies from Iowa State. He is currently working for Sunglow Feeds, where he has been a member of there for 18 years. Outside of his work at Sunglow, Ben owns Boble Farms, where he raises 40 sows. Ben today feels privileged and blessed to have judged so many notable shows such as the World Pork Exposition, Oklahoma Youth Expo, Houston, San Antonio, and recently Rodeo Austin. He is excited and blessed to be here today. Let's give Ben a round of applause for his time on coming judging our Junior Market Barrow Show. Attention exhibitors, if you have a certified Texas Bred Registry certificate, please bring that with you to the ring as you are exhibiting your barrow. If you, for some reason, do not have your certificate, please stop by the Texas Pork Producers Association table located near the swine show ring and get a replacement certificate in order for you to qualify for a certified Texas Bred Registry award. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 23, please bring your pigs to the show ring. Class 23, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 23, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 23, second call to the show ring. Class 23, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 23, third and final call to the show ring.
It's good to be back in the ring here this morning on our second day in Austin, and I got my bags, so it's a good day here from a judge's perspective, and a really nice way to start off. Our day of crosses here and our light crosses specifically, and 4 or 5 bears come through that I think have have some quality. And as we get down and sort our initial pair of them, I think there's some differences. And quite frankly, the one that wins is probably not the one coming through that hit me as good as the other ones, because he doesn't have as much it factor in some areas. But when you really break down the basics of his skeleton and where he sits from a comfort standpoint, he's the one of choice for me. He's really square made in terms of the way his hind leg hits the ground. And as you watch him from the side, and his silhouette and his pattern, he's extra good in terms of proportionality, balance, and squareness as he comes and goes. No doubt his advantages over the Barrow in second come from just an angularity standpoint. He's got more right shape and angle out of his front end and his forearm. He's not as stout as the one in second, there's no doubt. He's stout enough for me in this particular situation. The one coming through that has the extras is the young man that comes in second, and boy, I'm not going to sit back and say I don't want the extras, because I do, but I'm not going to sacrifice skeleton and integrity from that perspective. As you study the way he's made in his front end and the way that his shoulders tilted too far forward and his forearms wanting to push out of his body, got to make him better there, because as the drive just wore on just a pinch, he wanted to really push out of that front end. There's no doubt he's the most impressive one when you get right on top of him. He's shaped up awesome out the backside of his shoulder. He's square going away. The hog's very impressive from a density perspective. Got to make him looser made out of his front end for me to allow him to win this particular class. A real stout, dense one comes out of third that you have to appreciate from that perspective. Got a big rear leg, got a really stout noggin, and naturally wants to be just running uphill as you study him. His problems come when you watch him come and go. He wants to base narrow, especially when it comes directly at you. The Barrow's just flatter shaped in his shoulder and his forearm, and as he goes to the ground up front, he wants to close up the most of our initial three, but certainly a nice kind of pig to be in third in a good competitive class of blues as we start out here this morning. Our Barrow coming out next, the young man drives, is one that I like the natural body shape and just composition this one offers. You get behind him, he's a square-made one in terms of where he sets his rear leg down. His problems come right there when you watch him come at you. He's a bit lower set naturally in the way his head sits onto his blade, and then he wants to close up at the ground as he comes right to you. He's probably just a little more general shaped comparatively to the Barrows that go right above him, but one that you like from a comfort and density perspective. Just got him, give him some more extras in terms of look and back shape to be competitive. Young lady does a really nice job presenting the darker blue hog coming out next. He's sharper looking than the Barrow that goes right above him and probably has a nickel more shape as you study him up high. His problems come from a skeleton standpoint. I've got to make him longer out of his hip, redesign his rear hock as he goes away. He wants to swivel and quite honestly not know where those rear legs are going to go, but a Barrow that's nice from that perspective in terms of look and shape. Good class of light crosses. Let's congratulate those kids as they exit.
Your results from Class 22: in first place, Kenzie Pruitt, Goose Creek Memorial FFA. Second place, Connor Nicholson, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Third place, Socorro Rodriguez, Moore County 4-H. Fourth place, Ridley Reed, Sweetwater FFA. Fifth place, Hattie Tyson, Randall County 4-H. Sixth place, Kendall Shackelford, North Hopkins FFA. Seventh place, Brinley Mund, Wall FFA. Eighth place, Braxton Buckner, New Home FFA. Ninth place, Preston Ralston, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. 10th place, Blake Pellerin, Smithson Valley FFA. Will the owner of a white SUV, license plate LBT 4708, please move your vehicle? You are in the drive Allie, they need you to move your vehicle. White SUV LBT 4708. Please move your vehicle. Will Susan Bybee please come to the announcer stand? Susie Bybee, please come to the announcer stand. Class 24, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 24, first call to the show ring. Will the owner of a white SUV, LBT 4708, please move your vehicle? You're in the way of the drive alley. Also, parked right beside it is a Chevy Traverse KTH 0678. Please move your vehicles or they will be towed. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. During the show today, the Texas Pork Producers Association, along with ADM Mormon Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry, will be recognizing the exhibitor and the breeder of the highest placing Certified Texas Bred Registry Barrow in each class. Our title sponsor for the Texas Pork Producers Certified Texas Bred Registry is ADM Mormon's Showtech. ADM Alliance Nutrition offers consistent, high-quality feed products, supplements, and premixes. Showtech is a show pig feeding program that provides championship performance through feed technology. Let's give a big thanks to ADM for their support of the Certified Texas Bred Registry. They are also the sponsors of over $100,000 in scholarships. Class 24, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 24, second call to the show ring. Class 24, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 24, third and final call to the show ring.
Another solid class of blues, and I think a little more give and take up here in our top five. I guess there's some differences in them. Young lady in the red, it has a Barrett to me that I guess as we talk about him, he most effectively covers the most basics in terms of having the right type of proportionality and balance. He just comparatively to the Baron second, but just is so smoother built from the side in terms of the way that his neck sets onto his blade, the way his ham loin hooks up. To me, that whole silhouette's better from a distance as you study him. You know, he's on the edge of not being big enough in his kind, and probably, you know, in this situation, you call him adequate there from a moderation standpoint. And my concern was that he showed boxy in terms of his side profile length, that his length to hip would allow him to go ahead and use his hock effectively, but it does. And he continues to use that rear joint and his rear foot effectively in this situation. And that's what allows him to go ahead and be a class winner, because the Baron second behind him is extra loose and durable in terms of his skeleton. I thought this one had enough extra presence and extra smoothness and extra just punch comparatively. The bear in second is one that I love. This hog's looseness of skeleton, his ability to have range of motion as you study him from a side profile. The problems come when you take him and you really watch him in terms of his lines and the way he fits together. He doesn't fit together near as good as the bear that wins this particular class. And then when you step behind this one and watch him go right away, he wants to flatten in the center part of his body. He wants to get a little tighter in his ham loin hookup, and he's a bit big in terms of where his stifle's at in relationship to the rest of his body. I guess from my perspective, his balance isn't as good as that one that wins this particular class. Really big forearm, big rear-legged one comes out next. The young man does a great job presenting. He's on point in terms of skin and hair, and he's got a big rolled-up back when you walk behind him. The problem comes for me is that as we study where his feet hit the ground, he's just not as square-made in terms of his skeleton. He wants to close up in his hock, and he wants to twist on his rear feet. And from that perspective, I wouldn't call him as genuine as the bears that go right above him. But, man, young man does a great job with the big-legged one that's square-backed. Just got to make him just more authentic, I guess, as you take him to the ground behind us, specifically in relation to the bears that go above him. Young lady drives out one that, I initially came through and liked this one, put him right back in because I love the stoutness he offers from a feature and bone perspective. I guess in this situation, he probably gets a little too jammed up in the front one-third of his body. I'd like to lengthen his face and probably just give him a shot more look there. And then when you get right behind this one and study him, he wants to get a bit quicker out of his rump and doesn't want to just use his hock and his rear foot as just athletically as those bears that go above him. But love the extra shape and stoutness he brings to the table. I think that's a nice pig to be in fourth. Young lady that comes in fifth has got one that is good from the side in terms of his presence, his height of shoulder, and his general look. Get behind him, and that hog wants to get just a bit quicker out of his rump. He's almost too level, and where his tail sets and a little shorter made there, he wants to set his rear feet just quicker to the surface, and then you study him from a body shape perspective, and he's the flattest one we have of our initial five. Just looks a little drier here from that perspective. It's a good class of blues. Congratulations to those kids.
Your results for Class 23 in first place, Flora Appleton, McCulloch County 4-H. Second place, Rylan Brashear, Sudan FFA. Third place, Ben Montoya, Lipan FFA. Fourth place, Laney Cook, Lynn County 4-H. Fourth place, Briley Strand, Stamford FFA. Sixth place, Parker Ralston, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Seventh place, Grant Hedges, Greenwood FFA. Eighth place, George Jackson, Very Best FFA. Ninth place, Taylor Heiser, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. 10th place, Allie Cunningham, Tom Bean FFA. Exhibitors and parents, be sure to be wearing your mask properly as we continue in today's Junior Market Show. Please wear your mask properly over your nose. Class 25, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 25, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 25, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 25, second call to the show ring. Class 25, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 25, third and final call to the show ring.
Certainly a fun class to sort through, and I'll be the first one to admit there's some trade-offs in our initial three bears. I guess as we talk about them from a skeleton perspective, lots of extras we have out here, and I'm a big fan of extras, but with that comes some challenges. I guess as I step back and watch them and ask myself which one has just the best view from a distance and is the most impressive when you get up on top of him, young lady with the blue spot or the blue shoulder bear is going to be your class winner, and his attitude's not great out here, but she continues to keep him rolling. Front two-thirds of this one's very good in terms of boldness and trueness and stoutness. Headset, neck, chest, blades, awesome. Needs to be longer hipped, and you got to make sure that left rear is good enough to continue after this particular class. And that's why I think it's close, because you can tell yourself that he's the elite one from that perspective, but he wants to just get a little shorter hipped and wants to drag that rear leg a little bit, but certainly a bear that's got some very neat pieces. The meat and potatoes ones comes in second, and he's one that, quite honestly, I didn't know where he'd fit as he came through, because he hits you as a real solid bear. In this particular class, he continues to just work his way up because he's bold, he's true in terms of his skeleton. He wants to get a little bit smaller in his front ankle and a little flatter in his front feet. He doesn't have the extras from a distance that our class winner does, and quite honestly, different from what our class winner is. He wants to probably just get a little lazy in the way that he goes to the ground from behind, but certainly like the boldness and the trueness and the squareness that he offers. I think a solid pig to be in second. The one that probably is the biggest legged comes out of third, and I wouldn't argue with you if you think this one is in the mix, because I thought he was as well, because from the side, you like that one's forearm and his feature and his bone. the problems come when you get him behind that one. He is easily the flattest of our initial three. He wants to narrow as he comes right at you. And then at the same time, I kept telling myself he's going to have a better rear leg than our first place and second place Barrow, but he really doesn't, because when you get behind him, he's a little bigger made in his rear joint. He wants to push his rear feet out and swing in and just isn't as coordinated as he needs to be. So when you tell yourself we've got 3 Barrows in our top 3, all 3 are not perfect in the way they're designed from behind. I went with the extras in our class winner, meat and potatoes in second, a neat one in third that's got to be bolder in the center part of his body. Need to redesign the way he goes from behind. A blue one that comes out next, I pinned late. Young lady kept working hard, and he's a Barrow that, quite honestly, just checks some boxes out here as we compare him to the rest of them. He's good in terms of his freshness, his center body. I don't think he has as much real muscle as those Barrows that go right above him, and probably falls short when you study him from a width perspective, but certainly just appreciate that type and kind of Barrow, and he continued to work his way up. We finish out our top 5 with the Barrow that comes out next. That you like just the length of neck and the way that his head sets on top of his shoulder from the side. You could dig on this one pretty good because he has a very nice look, but at the same time, you get right behind him that one, and he runs out of gas. His rear leg wants to get smaller. He wants to flatten up in his body. And then at the same time, you ask yourself, is there just enough pig there for his elevation and his size? He looks a little tighter in his body shape for me and a little drier today. It's a good class of blues. Congratulations to those kids.
Your results from Class 24. In first place, Tylee Price, Snyder, FFA. Second place, Riley Dodson, Uvalde County 4-H. Third place, Kaylin Kishnick, Brazos County 4-H. Fourth place, Reese Sagebiel, Fredericksburg, FFA. Fifth place, Sydney Piggott, Smithson Valley, FFA. Sixth place, Caleb Hand, Bullard, FFA. Seventh place, Logan Echtel, Medina Valley, FFA. Eighth place, Brayley Heiser, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Ninth place, Haley Riley, Bastrop County 4-H. 10th place, Jalen Arrington, Kaufman, FFA. Class 26, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 26, first call to the show ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 26, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 26, second call to the show ring. Just a reminder in the barns, if you are a first through third placing in each class, please stop and get a photo. First through third placing, stop and get a photo. Just a reminder, all first and second placings coming back for the champion or breed drive for the light crosses will be reweighed. First and second placings coming back for the light cross drive will be reweighed.
Another good class of blues, and lots of different pieces and parts, and it's kind of like opening up a bag of Skittles. You're not sure what you're going to get as they come through and as they come back out. I'm still very comfortable with the Barrow that's starting to get a little ring weary out here to win, and he combined some things, in my opinion, in this particular drive in terms of comfort and agility and his ability to push his hog behind his tail. He's also one of the broader ones as he comes directly at you. He's got a big, stout head. He's good in terms of his squareness, his knee, and he's one that I think shapes up good enough up high. I'd say he's a little more general in the way he's built and his muscle comparatively to Barrow in second. But boy, I think that one, his combination of enough chest and agility allow him to be a class winner. The Barrow in second, if we could change the way he's shaped in his forearm and his front knee and give him a stouter look there and square him up as he comes at you, he's the one of choice for me because I think he's just a neater looking hog that's a little just shallower in the way that his throat latch is made. He's shorter backed and he's got a great presence from the side in terms of proportionality. His problems come when he turns right at you. He just doesn't have enough for me in this particular situation to get the nod to win a class. But Young Lady does a good job presenting that one, fresh backed and one that is good from a composition standpoint. Interesting one comes out of third, and he's the EST in terms of bone out here. Great big forearm, great big rear leg, and he knows how to use it effectively in this particular class. The problems come for me is when you step to the side of this one, he's just a bit rougher in the way he's made in his top line. He wants to get a little higher there in his hook bones, and quite possibly he's probably a little flatter on his front feet than I would term as ideal. It's good that he has the right shoulder shape, the right forearm shape, and he can push and go. And that's a hog that, simply put, because of agility and rear leg squareness, soundness, and ability to move, it is why he gets to be where he's at. On the other end of the spectrum, we've got a bigger one that's probably a little bit smoother in the way he's built comparatively. He gets too rigid and tight in his spine, in my opinion. At the same time, the hog needs more on the bottom side of his rib cage to compare those ones above him. Fresh-backed one comes out next. That quite honestly, he runs out of gas in this particular class in terms of look and presence from the side. He's a bit rougher made in the way that his neck sets on top of his shoulder and probably doesn't have the extras that those Barrows have that go right above him. I want to talk about the blue one coming out next because I like some things about this pig in terms of his side profile, his proportionality, and his balance. He's a little plainer shape for being that wide set at his hock and his rear foot. If we could get that hog back inside himself and square him up in his rear joint, he's one I can move up several spots. Good class of blues.
Your class placings for class 25: in first place, Elizabeth Babb, Snyder FFA. Second place, Maddie Pedroza, Medina County 4-H. Third place, Maddox Fleming, Ira FFA. Fourth place, Aubrey Meyer, Falls County 4-H. Fifth place, Hannah Barber, Alvin FFA. Sixth place, Kason Ramirez, Kaufman FFA. Seventh place, Lacey Clark, Hondo FFA. Eighth place, Archer Albrock, Wildorado FFA. Ninth place, Lillian Boren, Lavernia FFA. 10th place, Callie Erfurth, Southwest FFA. Class 27, this is your first call to the ring. Class 27, this is your first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 27, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 27, second call to the show ring, please. Class 27, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 27, final call to the show ring. Exhibitors, just a reminder, please bring your blue cards with you to the show ring. You are required to bring your blue card to the show ring with your animal. Kyene Harris from Decatur FFA, please bring your pig to the show ring. Kyene Harris, Decatur FFA, bring your pig to the show ring.
Good class of blues, and to be honest with you, there was a lot of fun sorting our top 5 or 6, I guess, but there's one that wins easily, in my opinion, and the young man in the blue shirt has one that I guess we talk about wanting to make market hogs that have the extras and still have a rear leg built like this that can function and go. He's a very nice market hog out here, in my opinion. You know, he doesn't come with maybe as many challenges as what we've seen in some of the previous classes from a skeleton standpoint. He balances up good. He's got good muscle. He's got really, really good rear leg. You know, I'd say that as you talk about him from a body shape perspective, he's just okay there. I wish he had a little more punch in the center part of his rib cage. And relatively speaking, I think he's smooth enough in terms of his pattern, but his combination of density of forearm, rear leg size, muscle, and comfort and squareness allow him to be a class winner in a very competitive class. There's no doubt this one that goes in second is the most impressive one when you get on top of him. And you may say from the side or from the outside, does he have enough? I'm telling you, this one is very, very broad and stout when you get right on top of him. He's the freshest backed one. He's the best bodied one. At the same time, I guess when I step back and watch him, he wants to get a little more PC in the way he's made from the side, and simply put, he needs to be longer hipped and use his hock more effectively. If we could push him down in his spine, right there in his ham loin hookup, and just allow him to push back further with his hock, that's one that I could get very excited about because that's a bold, square, true type of market hog. That's a nice place to be. In second, young lady does a good job presenting the blue one, and he's one that kept making his way because he's just not messed up from a skeleton standpoint. He's comfortable out here. The problems come when you really get to study this one. He doesn't have as much as those two bears that go right above him. When you get right behind him, he's a little flatter made in the top part of his blade, and then you watch him go away. He wants to close up a bit. But man, that one's nice from the side. Good in terms of his proportionality and balance, and good from a skeleton standpoint. Got to have more punch for me to be first, second in this class. Young man's bring one that has more punch, there's no doubt. He wants to get a little different in the way he moves. He wants to surge more east and west instead of north and south. Again, he's a bit shorter. He's really level-hipped out here, but I'd like to make him a pinch longer hipped. But that's a bold, square, true market hog. Need to fix his rear end to make him more competitive. Another stout blue one coming out. A lot of stouties in this particular class. Young man does a nice job presenting this one as well. Need to fix this one's rear feet. As you watch him hit the surface, he wants to roll up on his ankle and his pastern and then put more weight on the outside of his hoof wall as he goes right away from you. And I didn't think as you get on top of this one, he has as much in the center part of his body as the bear that goes right above him. We fix his rear leg and give him more comfort out here, square him up as he goes away. I think that's a nice one as well. Just need to redesign him different. Good class of blues. Lots of nice ones in this class. Congratulations to all those kids.
Your results from Class 27. First place, Dawson Chumley, Farmersville FFA. Second place, Shelby Brown, Friendship FFA. Third place, Aubrey Garner, Jim Ned FFA. Fourth place, Dylan Gidney, Walt FFA. Fifth place, Cash Harsh, Mansfield FFA. Sixth, Cole Rains, Sweetwater FFA. Seventh place, Grayson Blount, Wildorado FFA. Eighth place, Avery Oliver, Sealy FFA. Ninth place, Cameron Cole, Bell County 4-H. 10th place, Ellie Clift, Stratford FFA. Kyene Harris, Decatur FFA, you're needed in the show ring. At the conclusion of Class 27, we will have our light cross drive, followed by Class 28. At the conclusion of Class 27, we will have our light cross drive. First and second placings in Class 22 through 26, start making your way to the show ring. First and second placings in Class 22 through 26, start making your way to the show ring. As a reminder, you will reweigh as you enter. Help me give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second placings in class 22 through 26. This is your second call to the show ring. First and second placings in class 22 through 26. Second call to the show ring.
Little more challenging, I guess, as we finish out our light cross division and some differences in maturity and size and body fill. And I'll be the first one to tell you the class winner needs to have more body fill. It looks like we maybe just got a little big, and a big drink of water would make this one an easy class winner, in my opinion, because even though he needs to have more body and flank fill today, as you talk about him, which one's the densest, which one's the biggest chested, which one is the most elite in terms of his build and his look, it's this one for sure. And his biggest advantage, in my opinion, over the Barron second and third, and quite honestly, the field in this particular class, is when he comes right at you. The Hog's so much broader built in his chest floor and square in his knee. He's got a big rear leg, and he knows how to use it. A nice Barrow here to win this particular class. The Barron second obviously has more body shape and fill from a freshness perspective. He's a Barrow that's naturally probably proportioned better in terms of the way the three pieces fit together. At the same time, to me, he gets a little more general in the way that he's made out of his front end. And when this Hog comes right at you, he's a bit more fragile in his jawline, his forearm, and where I change him the most is the Hog just needs to have more chest and squareness as he goes to the ground. He wants to be a little flatter there. and we need to change him from that perspective. Our bear that comes in third is one that, he's not the prettiest one, I'd say, that we've had all day from an ear set and just the way that he's made out of his front end. But, man, he kept going, and his rear legs built awesome. He's got the right type of length of step from behind. At the same time, when we talk about him from width perspective, he wants to get in at his knee, and we need to fix him in his ham loin hookup. He wants to wrinkle. Quite honestly, that hog just needs to be fresher looking for me today comparatively to those ones that go above him, but certainly one you appreciate from a basic skeleton perspective. Young lady drives a one that's big from behind in terms of the width that he has. At the same time, I guess as I start to break this one down, he too is one that probably needs a little more flank. But most importantly, the hog needs laid back in his shoulder. He's a bit more upright and stilty in the way he's built, and that's really wanting to make him just stab everywhere today and not be comfortable out here. But young lady does a nice job presenting a high-quality bear. We finish up in fifth place with one that, I thought had some stoutness from a width perspective. We need to redesign the way he's made from behind and just give him more bone, more foot, and more look out here, but certainly a nice kind of hog to be in fifth. Good class of blues as we finish out our first division today.
Your results from Class 27, first place, Kendall Brown, Lexington, FFA. Second place, Macy Wilson, Midland County, 4-H. Third place, Andon Usner, Fredericksburg, FFA. Fourth place, Chloe Fowler, Crandall, FFA. Fifth place, Holly Alderson, Marion, FFA. Sixth place, Ella Janak, Caldwell County, 4-H. Seventh place, Ellen Rivera, De Leon, FFA. Eighth place, Emma Gray, Archer City, FFA. Ninth place, Chloe Naglin, Medina County, 4-H. 10th place, Caitlin Burns, Medina County, 4-H. We are now having our light cross drive coming from Class 22, Kenzie Pruitt, Goose Creek Memorial FFA. Out of Class 23, Flora Appleton, McCulloch County, 4-H. From Class 24, Tylee Price, Snyder FFA. From Class 25, Elizabeth Babb, Snyder FFA. Coming from Class 26, Dawson Chumley, Farmersville FFA. And from Class 27, Kendall Brown, Lexington FFA. Class 28, please bring your pigs to the show ring. Class 28, first call. to the show ring.
Well, first and foremost, let's put our hands together for all those young kids that exhibited blue ones here this morning. I really appreciate Rodeo Austin having a division for blue ones. I think that sometimes we as show pig breeders can think they get lost in the shuffle and the darks, and it's certainly nice to have their own division for a lot of different reasons. But certainly as a show judge, it's fun to have them separated out here and get to sort them, separate of each other. I think it's a good blue division. I thought it came together nicely. I think there's lots of different pieces and parts. And I guess as I step back and study him, there's one that hit me really good coming through. He comes back, and, he's the EST out here in terms of comfort and just range of motion. He's the one I like the best. Young man in the blue here is going to have your champion blue.
Your champion light cross comes from Class 26, Dawson Chumley, Farmersville, FFA. Entering the ring from Class 26 is Shelby Brown, Friendship, FFA. Class 28, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 28, second call to the show ring.
Well, I think it's a lot closer out here for reserve, and there's several options, I guess, you can look at and ask yourself kind of where you're at on those. I guess the three to me that stand out that in my opinion, are players out here. The young lady here with the blue-shouldered one is one from his hip forward. I think he's a man out here in terms of blade and width and chest. He's wanting to slow down, and quite honestly, I wish he was longer hipped and used that rear leg more effectively. Another one I like is one of the second class, young lady in the red's got. That hog's got a good proportionality and balance. At the same time, he looks a bit moderate out here for me and maybe a bit chunkier than I would term as ideal. I think another one out here that the advice for it is that second place bear. And as I talked about in class, that was a really good class. I think this one's deceiving because when you get on top of him, he's made like a man. He's big up high. He's really good chested. He too probably battles some of the same things that another one out here does in terms of just ability to travel from behind. So I think it's really close. I guess as I stand back here and ask myself which one I'm more comfortable with from a longevity, athleticism standpoint, I like our second place bear to be reserve.
Your reserve champion light cross comes from Class 26, Shelby Brown, Friendship, FFA. Your ADM Mormons Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry class champions for the light crosses from Class 22, Kenzie Blount. Class 22 champion is Kenzie Blount. Their breeder was Schramm Livestock. From Class 23, Flora Appleton of McCulloch County 4-H. Breeder, Cornerstone Ventures. From Class 24, we have Tylee Price, Snyder FFA. The breeder of their animal was Wintex Farms. From Class 25, your champion is Maddox Fleming. Their breeder was Cornerstone Ventures. From Class 26, Dawson Chumley. The breeder of their pig was Thomas Show Pigs. And Class 27, your champion for the Texas Bred Registry was Kendall Brown. Their breeder was Burger Farms. As a reminder, all of these exhibitors that showed a certified Texas Bred Registry animal will receive an award of $100, a banner, and a certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champions cap, sponsored by the Texas Pork Producers Association. The breeder will also receive a certified Texas Bred Registry Breeders Class Champion cap, sponsored by the National Pork Board. New this year, the Texas Pork Producers Association and Rodeo Austin have partnered with the Certified Texas Bred Registry and will be awarding an overall Texas Bred champion. This selection will take place after the Grand and Reserve Grand have been selected. The judge will then select from the remaining Texas Bred breed champions and or reserve champions. The Texas Breed Champion will then sell as lot number 3 in the Barrow auction. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring, please. Class 29, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 29, first call to the show ring. Class 29, Dark Crosses, Class 29, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 29, second call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring, please. Class 29, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
Sure, fun way to start off our dark crosses here as we get to our last division here in Austin. And, I think a trio or four of them that we brought back out, and not to take away from our Barrows that are down the line, but I thought four that represented very good market hogs from their own right. And we get to a pair of them that are slightly different in their advantages, I guess, they offer. But that being said, I think the young lady's clown colored Calico one is one that does a lot of unique things in this particular drive, and one that can proportion like that and have the extras when you get on top of him. There's no doubt he's the most of width and muscle and just true squareness as he comes and goes. Overwhelming in terms of the amount he's got. Quite honestly, I was a little concerned. He has so much upper hip and an upper skeleton that he wouldn't maintain the drive, and he does. He's extra comfortable out here. He's relaxed in the right spots, and motor's good. I'd say he's not maybe as smooth as our black one in terms of the way he's built at the top side of his hook bone and how it relates to his pins, but that'd be critical of a nice bear to win this particular class. The black one has the EST in terms of rear leg. He's a great big rear-legged pig, and he uses it very effectively in this situation. A couple places I change him is when this hog comes to you, he's a little flatter made in his forearm and his blade, shaped comparatively to our class winner. He doesn't square up as manly at the backside of his shoulder. He reads a bit plainer there comparatively. I love this hog's natural looseness of spine and levelness and proportionality and squareness. He doesn't have as much umph and punch as that one that wins this particular class. Another Calico coming out next, and I think he represents a lot what our class winner does from a muscularity and width perspective. It didn't take long in this hog one to get a little higher there in his spine in terms of tightness. Wanted to just search a little bit outside his plane where his rear leg was going to set. But certainly a short-bodied, boxy one that's got extra muscle and extra dimension. Just need to make him a bit more comfortable in relation to the bears that go right above him. Another solid black one comes out next, and I think he represents a good balance and proportionality from the side. He's the narrowest just gauged and constructed of our top four, especially when the hog comes right at you. Good job, bud. And I'd like to give him just more everywhere. And at the same time, for being one that's maybe a little flatter made, I didn't read his rear leg working as well as those ones that go right above him, but certainly, presented well and good from the side. Young man here kept driving this one, and he's one that you like from a muscularity and squareness standpoint. Good in terms of shape and dimension he's got. At the same time, I read him to be a little more general in the way he's made from the side. He's a little more jammed up in his neck and in his throat latch and how he fits, and then at the same, he rents a wrinkle and get just a bit lower set in his tail. But muscularity and power are on his side. Young man does a nice job driving that one. Congratulations to him. Good class of darks and lots of quality in here. Congratulations to all those kids.
Your results from Class 29. In first place, Brecklin Slot, Walker County 4-H. Second place, Kenley Cox, Haskell FFA. Third place, Connor Cook, Lynn County 4-H. Fourth place, Jackson Sullivan, Idalou FFA. Fifth place, Heather Carroll, El Paso County 4-H. Sixth place, Sadie Hardison, Fredericksburg FFA. Seventh place, Chandler Rasmussen, Wiley Abilene FFA. Eighth place, Sydney Pankey, George West FFA. Ninth place, Hannah Rayleigh, Bastrop County 4-H. 10th place, Cameron Clift, Hansford County 4-H. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after the lightweight division drive. 30-minute lunch break after the lightweight division drive. Class 30, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 30, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 30, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 30, second call to the show ring. Don't forget to stop by the Ram Rodeo trailer on the south side of the show barn to sign up for your chance to win some money towards a brand new Ram truck. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin, thank you for your continued support. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
good class of dark crosses, and it's interesting as a show judge that they come through, and you tell yourself, there's 6 or 7 or 8 really nice ones in here, and I'm not taking away from the quality whatsoever. I think it's a very nice class, but when you stand back and study them, I think they sort relatively quickly, and in my opinion, and in this class, I think the pair of them that have just a better silhouette in terms of proportionality and balance and look and presence are the 2 belted ones here that we have left in the ring. And of that pair, the one to me that's just fresher in terms of his appearance, he's a fresher backed one that has an advantage in terms of body shape. I think as he goes away, he's the squarest and the truest. I'd like to make him bigger in his front ankle, and relatively speaking to some of the others in the class, but he checks a lot of boxes in this particular situation, and one that can last the drive and maintain comfort and agility with extra look and shape. I think a solid place to start. Young man's Barrow, to be honest with you, in our top 5, he probably didn't hit me as good coming back out as some of them did, but because maybe he's not as just good at the top side of his neck, and he doesn't maybe attach appropriate as some of those do. But at the end of the day, as we talk about just skeleton and rear leg structure and squareness of pins with freshness of body, that allowed him to continue to move up because he's one of the other Barrows in this class that stays within the plane where he needs to be as he goes away, and his range of motions is unequaled of the remaining Barrows that last out here. A good kind of hog in terms of his rib cage. Again, not as elite looking as our class winner in the front 1/3 of his body. I didn't think is squared up at the backside of his shoulder, but a very nice, solid second place Barrow to come out next. The real stout one, or one of the real stout ones, comes out next, and I appreciate this hog's blade shape and just the amount of width and spread he has. At the same token, I guess to me, when I step back, he's a bit more jammed up and just crusty in his head than I would term as ideal. And as we watch him go right away, he's powered up enough that he probably wants to get he just searches to where that plane's going to sit as it goes away, more east and west instead of north and south. But certainly have to appreciate the extra stoutness he has. And quite honestly, he has some range of motion, and I think that's one of his advantages over the Calico Barrow that comes out next. One that's maxed out, and in the center portion of this one's body, he's as good as any in terms of blade, forerib, back, and body shape. I can't get around the way that he's constructed behind. Quite honestly, it's on his left side more than his right. He doesn't want to go ahead and allow that hock to flex and plant and go like it needs to. That's a nice kind of pig that's got some stoutness and got some width. Got to give him a longer hip. Got to get more range of motion and allow him to go ahead and just go in the ring and compared to his contemporaries. I love the extra just stoutness this one offers in terms of feature and bone. One of the denser ones from that perspective. Quite simply, when he goes away, he just puts too much pressure on the outside of his specifically his right rear, and wants to push and just roll out in his rear hock, and we just got to make him better. Young lady's got one that's absolutely maxed out coming out next, the white-tailed one, and he's so close to being so good and being in our top 2 or 3. At the same time, I just can't get over his rear feet, the way they're shaped and the way they're squared up. And then as he goes away, the hog wants to bow, and just got to make him better there. From up and forward, he's a very nice pig, just not good enough there for me today specifically. Good class of darks. Congratulations to those kids. Good job.
Your results from Class 29. First place, Leah Pfeiffer, Academy FFA. Second place, Tristan Wisdom, Hockley County 4-H. Third place, Haley Stone, Tahoka FFA. Fourth place, Landry Ottmers, Fredericksburg FFA. Fifth place, Ryan Cox, Haskell FFA. Sixth place, Chloe Foster, Honeygrove FFA. Seventh place, Kylie Vandesdahl, Canyon Lake FFA. Eighth place, Jada Farley, Santa Ana FFA. Ninth place, Madison Rice, Gonzales County 4-H. And 10th place, Georgia Witt, Robinson FFA. Just a reminder, we'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break At the conclusion of the light division champion drive at the end of class 33, 30-minute lunch break at the end of class 33 at the conclusion of our light division drive. Exhibitors and parents, if you have an exhibitor that needs to be substituted, please submit your substitution forms and get a superintendent to approve it. Approval needs to be taken by a superintendent on a substitution request form. Class 31, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 31, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 31, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 31, second call to the show ring.
a challenging but good class to put together. And I'll be the first one to tell you, these first and second place Barrows look nothing alike. They really don't. They represent both represent good things from a market hog perspective, and both have definite advantages, and that's why I think it's close as you talk about a pair of them. And I guess the one I'm just the most comfortable with in terms of the way he proportions from a distance, and he looks in terms of the way that his neck and head sit on top of his body, and the smoothness he has to his top line is the belted hog that's right in front of me. Hog that I think from a distance is unique in terms of his ability to put together a nice look and enough muscle and proportionality. He squares, he comes at you, he squares, he leaves you. I think the reason it's so close is he's not as big in the center part of his rib cage as the Barrett's in second, and his rear leg's not as good. And that's, to me, where I'd get the most critical of this class-winning Barrow is I wish he would just plant at the surface with a little more comfort and ease in his rear ankle and just allow it to push behind his tail. I still think his added look and presence allow him to be a class winner. I like a lot of things about the Barrow from his mid-rib back. Because he's extra bold in what he offers and brings to the table. He's a big pin hog. He's got a really good rear leg in terms of squareness and looseness and size. Quite simply, when I get off of him, I just can't allow him to win a class. His neck and head just sit very oddly on top of his body, and then from there back, it's just a little bit of a roller coaster in the way he's built. A very unique pig in terms of density and body shape. Just got to make him better built from the side, from a look and smoothness perspective, to allow him to win a class here and another class of good dark crosses. The white socked one comes out next, and you might ask yourself from the side, this one could be the combination of some of those things. The problem is when you get on top of him, he is the flattest in his body and just really deviates in terms of the way that he's made from that perspective. And at the same time, when this one comes to you, he wants to close up at his front feet and get a little different in his flank there from a swelling perspective. I've got to give him more just shape to his rib cage to get that one up higher today and allow him to move up. But it's certainly one you like from a rear leg squareness standpoint. The biggest rear-legged one maybe we've seen today comes out next. Got a great big rear leg, knows how to use it. The problems are where he sorts is definitely bigger than the advantage he has with that rear leg. Because when this hog comes right at you, not so much. Yes, he's a little flat-footed, but the problems come is he is the narrowest at his knee and at the ground that we have of our top three. Got to make him more genuine for me to get him up higher. Great big rear leg that's really cool to look at. I don't think he has enough market hog punch when you see him come right at you to be one that we can move up any higher. Good bodied hog that comes out next that you like from a muscularity and just width perspective. He's too straight on both ends of his skeleton. Need to push him back in his shoulder and his forearm, give him more range of motion, and loosen him up in his ankle and pasturing at the ground. It's a good class of dark crosses. Help me congratulate those kids as they exit.
Your results for Class 30 in first place, Haley Heinrich, Lubbock County 4-H. Second place, Georgia Besner, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Third place, Alexis Klaus, Joaquin FFA. Fourth place, Lawson Fritsch, Fayette County 4-H. Fifth place, Shyla Wells, Waller County 4-H. Sixth place, Miles Ledbetter, Sudan FFA. Seventh place, Whitley Gaines, Neces County 4-H. Eighth place, John Utley, Knox County 4-H. Ninth place, Marley Ginn, Santa Fe FFA. 10th place, Morgan Clift, Stratford FFA. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of class 33, we will be having our lightweight division dark crosses. Then we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. 30-minute lunch break after the lightweight division dark cross drive. At this time, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Schmidt Electric, AFP, Dell, Plains Capital Bank, Boot Barn, Greater Austin Development, Frost Bank, WorkQuest, Capital Cleaners, Cover 3, and HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. If you take a minute, please thank our sponsors for this show. Class 32, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 32, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 32, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 32, second call to the show ring. Riley Underwood, if you were in the barn, please come to the announcer stand. Riley Underwood to the announcer stand. Attention in the barn, exhibitors, please bring your blue card with you to the show ring. Each animal needs to have a blue card. Please bring it to the show ring with you. Class 32, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 32, third and final call to the show ring.
Good class of darks, and quite frankly, a logical place for me to start. And the young ladies, Barrow, coming through. This one hit me incredibly good, and we get him out here, and he's the one, a choice in my opinion, and for so many reasons. I guess as you just study this one in terms of what he offers from a balance and proportionality standpoint, he's fresh in terms of his shape and his muscle. He comes to you square. He's got a great big rear leg. He uses it effectively. I guess as I relate him back to that second place Barrow, I like the way that his head and neck fit better comparatively. He's got a bigger rear leg. I think in terms of body shape and width and freshness, I think it's a wash. between these two, but this one looks like a man that wins this class. I think that's a very nice place to start. The Barrow second is one that you certainly have to appreciate from just a spread and muscularity and width perspective. He's great big bladed. He's big chest as he comes at you. He rigs really fresh when you get on the top side of his skeleton. I guess when I get way back from him and study him, he doesn't have the extras on both ends of his skeleton that the class winner does. He wants to get a bit jammed up in his crest and his neck and doesn't have as big a rear leg as that class winner. But man, that one is so right in so many areas. And to me, he just fits from a market hog perspective when we talk about freshness and spread and mass and comfort. He's the one that's got to be second in this particular class. The Calico one that comes out next, I think, kept working his way up because he's not honestly messed up anywhere comparatively to the ones that go behind him. But at the same time, I guess as I relate him back to those others, he gets a bit quicker in the way he's made out of his rump. I don't think he's as effective as hitting the ground and remaining square as the ones that go above him. And right there, when he turns and comes right at you, he's not as square in his chest and his knee and as he goes to the ground as that class winner or as that second place Barrow. But man, that one's got a big rear leg. He knows how to use it effectively, and that's the biggest reason. The angle to his hip and the slope he has to his rump and the way that he can use his rear leg is the biggest advantage he has as we get down in fourth and fifth. I love the fresh shape the one in fourth offers from a back shape perspective. Quite simply, he's just too upright in his skeleton, in his shoulder, and his forearm, and he wants to stab his rear leg to the ground. Got to make you more comfortable. A real tricked out one comes out in fifth in terms of bone. Great big legged one that you have to appreciate from that standpoint. That's got as much width and power as you need. Quite frankly, we just got to square him up on his rear leg as he goes away. The hog just wants to get a little wider than he needs to set at his hock and put more weight on the outside of his toes. And I'd like to make his head and muzzle stouter in relationship to what he offers. Good class of darks. Congratulations to those kids.
Your results from Class 31 in first place, Sydney Miller, Hale County 4-H. Second place, Weston Lackey, Haskell FFA. Third place, Carson Clift, Hansford County 4-H. Fourth place, Tatum Westbrook, Slayton FFA. Fifth place, Landon Stovall, Grape Creek FFA. Sixth place, Cross Coleman, Klondike FFA. Seventh place, Elena Renfro, Klondike FFA. Eighth place, Sydney Hunter, Leakey FFA. Ninth place, Farrah Wilkinson, Wilson County 4-H. 10th place, Emily Carroll, El Paso County 4-H.
Attention in the barn. The first through third place that make auction are given a white card with 2 purple wristbands. We have no replacements for these. If they get lost, we don't have any others. Please make sure you put them in a secure place, and that when you come for the auction and the sale, that you bring the wristbands and wear them to get in. Thank you.
Class 33, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 33, first call. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring, please. Class 33, this is your second call into the show ring. Class 33, second call to the show ring. Class 33, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 33, third and final call to the show ring.
You know, as a show judge, you get that feeling as they start to come through and the crowd gathers to the side, and you know it's going to be a good class, and that's all I can say about that. I could tell when our first 10 or so came through the ring, I hadn't pinned anything, and I'm like, man, it's not going to be a good class, and then it just like the floodgates opened. And it was like, welcome to Texas. You're back at a Texas major, and you're judging a Margot Dog show. And you know, I'm not going to tell you it's the best class I've ever judged, but it's very good. There's lots of good Barrows that are in this class that aren't going to be in the sale, and that's unfortunate. But it is what it is, right? I was given the opportunity and the timing to judge a Margot Dog show and use them like I like them. I'll be honest, I think 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th are negotiable. In my opinion, there's no negotiation on which one needs to win in this particular class, because the young man's Barrow represents so many good things that, in my opinion, and I guess if we could draw one from the side in terms of a skeleton and a way that he can plan and push his hawk behind his tail, the angle to his shoulder, to his forearm, to his knee is very, very good. His levelness and length of hip, I think, is very good. You know, he doesn't have the most when you get on top of him right here. I mean, if this hog had the biggest rib cage, I mean, I think this one would be a big-time gangster, in my opinion. His head matches his body. His throat latch and his maturity is ideal. I think that's a very good pig to win this particular class. Why it's close in some manners is because the Barrow that goes in second does have the extra when you get right on top of him in terms of a blade shape and forerib and where he's at from that perspective. This hog's very, very impressive on the top side of his skeleton, and he's probably a nickel shorter bodied than our class winner, which I'm going to call it a coin toss. I don't like him long body. I don't like him short bodied. I think that the purpose of making or talking about length of body is when it relates to proportionality. And I think that's what we need to think about, because proportional hogs, whether they're shorter, long, or moderate, it doesn't matter as long as hip length and neck length match at the same perspective. You know, this one comparatively to our class winner, not as strong on his front feet. And I don't think, you know, he doesn't probably come to you as manly as that class winner does. But that's a very nice pig to be in second. I'm not going to talk about his flank. I think it's a no deal in this particular class. I've never been critical of that. It doesn't bother me from a balance standpoint when you talk about that. This one's a free coming out next. A young lady drives. He's got a great big forearm and a great big just feature and head and skull. I love that about him. He's probably the most modern in his kind, which I think is a description. It's not an advantage or disadvantage. He shapes up really good. I've got to make him better from behind. Just to be quite honest with you, he wants to put more weight on his outside hoof wall. When it goes right away, that hog's generally built just not as square than the way that he goes to the ground. I thought it was a close call in 3rd and 4th, to be honest with you. Those are two very nice pigs. They're very different because the young lady's Barrow that comes out of 4th is a bigger hog, probably taller shouldered, more extended. Where I would change this one is when you get on top of him, he reads a little plainer in the way he's shaped out of his shoulder. He's a little flatter built in his center body. When he goes away, I wish his hawk was shaped different. But that's being critical of a really nice pig. Ends up in 4th in a good class. We continue out. I'm going to talk more than 5 as I've done traditionally in other classes. Very, very big-legged one comes out next. He's got a heavy-duty look to his skeleton. Really good big rear leg. In my opinion, he's a little just incorrect in his composition. He reads just a little bit quicker in terms of his maturity. I think this hog, quite honestly, just needs to be leaner in the ways it's presented today, but that's a very good skeleton hog. I'm just not as, I guess, just as genuine in the way he's naturally constructed in his chest and his blade and his forerib, but that's a big-legged one that's got a good skeleton. On the opposite, we have a great composition Barrow that's great in terms of his muscularity. He's bold and he's got some just stuff when you get on top of him. At the same time, as I relate him back from a skeleton standpoint, I think the hog runs out of rear leg bone, and most importantly, I've got to just give him a looser look. He wants to get a little more up on his ankle and his rear pasture, and he never gets as comfortable out here. He is maxed out in terms of skin and hair. Young man does a great job presenting him. Just wish he had that big league rear leg that the Barrows ahead of him have. We continue with another good one. I drove back here. I think he becomes a little more general in terms of his pattern and his look as we compare back to those, but that's a great big rear leg. He knows how to use it. 8th place, Barrow. We're going to continue talking him. I like the genuine chest width this hog has. The problem is when you turn to the side of this one, he's the plainest in terms of what he offers from a length of neck standpoint, because he's a little more jammed up in his neck and he's generally a little bit longer bodied as we laid him back. That's a very good class. Congratulations to all those young people. Let's put our hands together for that class of dart crosses.
Your results from Class 32. First place, Blaze Cozart, Early FFA. Second place, Braylon Pointer, Lamb County 4-H. Third place, Tatum Beck Price, Snyder FFA. Fourth place, Savannah Johnston, Troy FFA. Fifth place, Harrison Foster, Sweetwater FFA. Sixth place, Hudson Heisey, Lubbock County 4-H. Seventh place, Cutler Gibson, Dumas FFA. Eighth place, Madeline Nichols, Howard County 4-H. Ninth place, Braxton Dill, Wellman Union FFA. 10th place, Carly Willenborg, Bosqueville FFA. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of Class 33, we will have our lightweight division champion drive. Then we will commence for a 30-minute lunch break. 30-minute lunch break after the lightweight division champion drive. At this time, can we please have the first and second place winners from Class 28 to 32 start making your way to the show ring? First and second place winners from Class 28 to 32 to the show ring. As a reminder, you will reweigh across the scales. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring, please. First and second placings in classes 28 through 32. This is your second call to the show ring. First and second from classes 28 to 32. Please bring your picks to the show ring.
great way to end our dark crosses. And I was reminiscing, I guess, and thinking about the last time I was in Austin, which would have been 2 years ago. And I don't remember the classes being this deep, to be honest with you, and in terms of quality. But it was a very good show. I remember that. But it's been a long time, since I've been here, and certainly I'm glad to be back. I think a very valid and good way to end our dark cross, or I guess our first dark cross division. I don't want to call these lightweights because these are not lightweights, folks. These are fighting weight bears that we've had in this first division. The way that Texas has now raised the lower weight limit, I don't think they're lightweights anywhere, and so I don't want to call them that. I think Division I bears is what they are. A good pair of them. I like this one pretty good to win. The wider belted hog, the young lady to my left drives. And I think where he's different than our second place bear is his ability to have the right type of forehead shape, to be that bold and true and square when he comes at you. The hog is incredibly good in the center part of his body, and then have a rear leg built like that's that size and can go to the ground and push and drive, and have that type of shape and width. I think that's a very good place to start. His color to me is a little deceiving. When I first saw him come through the sip pen, I didn't know how he blended, and it's almost on one side. I think the hog blends good enough comparatively, but boy, that's a moderate right length of body, good proportion bear that's really bold, really true, and really square. The bear that comes in second does have more wow shape coming out the backside of his shoulder. I mean, this guy is a freak when you get on top of him from that perspective, and he opens up really good in his upper rib shape. At the same time, I don't see him being just as perfectly square as it goes away. And I think where I change him the most is I don't know that he balances as good as the bear that wins. The way that his head shaped, his length of neck, and the way it proportions onto his body is just a little bit different comparatively. That's a very good pair of bears. I like them both a good deal because they're both fresh, they're both bold. They're both comfortable. There's some differences in how they assemble their balance from the side, and that's where the sort comes for me. The different one comes out next, and he may be the best one from the side that we have of our initial three because he's probably the tallest shouldered, relatively speaking, and he's the longest in terms of his crest and his neck. At the same time, his sword for me comes when you get right on top of him. He's the flattest, he's the driest in his body. He wants to pinch in his ham loin hookup, and when the hog comes right at you, he needs more right here in the center part of his chest and his cavity comparatively to the bears that go above him. But I dig his rear leg and the presence and look he has. He's very close to being the one in this particular class. I think that's a very nice trio to end our dark cross division. The bear coming out next, I told the young man, way to keep working because I didn't pin him back right away, and I caught him and I put him back, and that's why you never want to give up in a good class. And he's probably not as tricked out as the other ones from a stoutness or width perspective, but he's just a good kind of pig. He's got the right type of maturity in the front 1/3 of his body. He's good in terms of his muscularity. He doesn't have the big league rear leg that those two behind him have, and quite possibly he doesn't have the extras in terms of muscle, but he's a good kind of hog, and he kept working his way up. Young lady coming out next has got a bear that you certainly appreciate from a muscularity standpoint. At the end of the day, he gets too rigid for me. He wants to slam his rear leg to the ground and just get a little more upright in the way he's constructed. It's actually on both ends of his skeleton is where it needs reconstructed. He's fresh-bodied. He's big-backed. Just need to make him looser from a skeleton perspective. We continue down the line. This was a good class. Another bear you like that's coming out next. Again, not as good from the side, gets a little chunky neck, and needs to have more range of motion. Congratulations again to those kids.
Your results from Class 33 in first place, Brandy Lynn Barrow, Wiley Abilene FFA. Second place, Abigail Wyatt, Coleman FFA. Third place, Rayleigh Murray, Perryton FFA. Fourth place, Logan Fritsch, Fayette County 4-H. Fifth place, Mia Meehan, Johnson County 4-H. Sixth place, Katie Willeborg, Bosqueville FFA. Seventh place, Lily Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. Eighth place, Delaney Fuller, Westbrook FFA. Ninth place, Taylor Horn, Hallsville FFA. In 10th place, Rylan Pechacek, Snyder FFA. We will now move into our lightweight division for dart crosses. Coming into the ring from Class 28, we have Brecken Slot from Walker County 4-H. From Class 29, Leah Pfeiffer, Academy FFA. From Class 30, Hallie Heinrich, Lubbock County 4-H. From Class 31, Sydney Miller, Hale County 4-H. From Class 32, Blaze Kozar, Early FFA. And from Class 33, Brandy Lynn Barrow, Wiley Abilene FFA.
Well, let's put our hands together for this first division of darts here in Austin, and I couldn't be more excited. I love the state of Texas. I've been very fortunate to get to judge a lot of shows down here, and I love coming down here. It has made me a better hog breeder. It's made me a better feeder to help my girls try and be successful in the Midwest. And my girls, they like watching down here. They've met some people down here in our travels, and they always say, "Dad, we want to show in Texas." And I said, "There's a couple things that wouldn't work. Dad would be broke because I can't afford to buy the bears I want to buy down here. And secondly, it's way harder than you even imagine being a Yankee and coming down here and watching these shows." And that's a tribute to how great the state of Texas is and how many talented feeders and breeders and ag teachers and extension agents you have in this great state. And what a awesome event that Rodeo Austin has pulled off. And I know there was doubt that they'd have shows this spring, and we're still in a lot of doubt in the Midwest if we're going to have our state fairs. And really, I'm excited to be here. I'll be honest, I looked at a lot of these. I think it comes down to two of them, and I think it's incredibly close. I think they're both very special animals. I guess the one to me that's just the hardest to make, and I keep coming back to him. He's a very, very unique animal. I'm not saying he's perfect. He's very unique. I'm going to go out and look at him one more time. I'm going to shake that person's hand. As I do that, I know we've still got another division, but let's make sure that we thank Rodeo Austin right now with a big round of applause for getting this event pulled off.
Your champion lightweight division cross comes from class 32, Blaze Cozart, early FFA. Coming into the ring is Braylyn Pointer, Lamb County 4-H.
I took enough time, and obviously some of these barrows are starting to wear out a little bit. I think there's another monster out here, and he's probably got more in some areas than our champion in this division. I don't think he's quite as just unique in the way that he's designed. He's still a very good market hog. Help me congratulate the young lady right in front of me. She'll be reserved.
Your reserve champion division winner comes out of class 33, Brandy Lynn Barrow, Wiley Abilene, FFA. At this time, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:15. 1:15, starting with class 34. Your results from the Mormons Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry for your Division I dark crosses from class 28. Your Certified Texas Bred champion goes to Jackson Sullivan from Idalou, FFA, bred by Cornerstone Ventures of Delhart. From class 29, your Certified Texas Bred champion, Leah Pfeiffer, Academy FFA. Their animal was bred by Wintex Farms of Lubbock. Class 30, your Texas Bred champion goes to Georgia Besner from Dallam-Hartley County 4-H. Bred by C-Bar Livestock of Grandview. Your Class 31 Texas Bred Registry champion goes to Sidney Miller of Hale County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Wintex Farms of Lubbock. From Class 32, your champion goes to Blaze Cozart of Early FFA. Their animal was bred by Lidner Show Pigs of Comfort. And Class 33, your Texas Bred Registry champion goes to Brandy Lynn Barlow, Abilene Wiley FFA. Their animal was bred by Lackey Livestock of Haskell. As a reminder, all of these exhibitors will receive an award of $100, a banner, and a special Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champions Cap from Texas Pork Producers, as well as the breeder, will receive a Certified Texas Bred Registry Breeders Class Champion Cap, sponsored by the National Pork Board. Class 34, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 34, first call to the show ring. Class 34, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 34, second call to the show ring. Class 34, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 34, third and final call to the show ring. The Texas Pork Producers Association would like to announce that nominations are now being accepted for the Texas Pork Producers Jim McManigal and Chuck Riel Outstanding 4-H and FFA Swine Volunteer Award. If you know of an adult volunteer who has shown excellent involvement and contributions to the 4-H or FFA swine program, please send their nominations to the application at texaspork.org.
Attention in the barn. I'd love to go shopping, but I'm sure you'd like these things back. Would Brian Keith Riley or Terry Lynn Riley please come to the back gate here at the arena entrance on the south end to claim a check? You're going to need a picture ID to be able to claim it. Also, Gabrielle Hawkins, if you will come with a picture ID, we have your credit card. And the third one, this is the third one, bear with me. Rolling J Farms. Oh, sir, I'm going to mess your name up. So let's just go with Rolling J Farms. From Devine, Texas. If you would come to here, we have 2 checks that we could really do some shopping on. We've got them back at the back gate for you to pick up. Thank you.
Class 35, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 35, first call to the show ring. That's a 5254999. Excuse me, 25999. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 35, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 35, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 35, dark crossbreds, this is your third and final call. Class 35, third and final call to the show ring. If you are the owner of a silver double cab Dodge flatbed pickup parked on the southwest side, license plate NCS 2556, we need you to move your vehicle. You are blocking the equipment compound. Please move your vehicle.
Good class of Barrows. I can't tell you that the outliers in here, but I think it's a very close top 5 of them that you sort through. There's some differences. Young ladies Barrow that comes out next. After you tell yourself that he's smooth enough made in his ham loin hookup, he's the one of choice for me because his ability to plant and grab the surface with a big rear leg and the right size of toes is where he lasts the drive. I mean, that hog from a silhouette standpoint is very proportional. He's got a great big forearm. He's stout and dense in his bone work, has enough body and flesh today. I think his ability to maintain a looseness advantage over the Barrows in second and third is where he does that, and he does it with a good look from the side. There's a time or two where he's a bit longer bodied. I wondered if it was going to throw his balance off, but it doesn't because his length at both appendages of his body are long enough. And so I think that's a solid place to start. The Barrow that comes in 2, I don't think he's quite as just stout as he comes right to you in terms of his forehead and his forearm. That's a really fresh presented Barrow that's got a great look when you get up high in terms of his shoulder shape and the loin edge he has coming out the backside of his shoulder. Like I said, his front 1/3 is not built as correct as our class winner. Good rear leg, and man, he's got running gear. It's hard for him to stay together when they want to go that fast. Young lady does a good job presenting him. A lot of spread coming out in third. The Barrow that comes out in third, the young lady drives. He's a load coming and going. I guess when I step to the side and just study his proportionality, to me, he wants to get a bit deeper in the way he's made in his throat latch, and I didn't see him balancing quite as well. And 2, he is probably just a little more rigid in his hock joint as he goes to the ground from behind. That's being critical because that one's very impressive from a spread perspective. And the same holds true for our young ladies Barrow that comes out next. Comes at you with a lot of stuff. Really one that's got a big blade and a big chest. Stout in terms of what he offers. He's just too upright in the way that he's made from a skeleton perspective. He wants to just start shoving up front a little bit. As you can tell, his spine doesn't want to stay as loose as those Barrows that go above him. That one's stout. He's dense. He's presented to the max. Young lady does a good job. Wish we could loosen him up just a pinch to make him more competitive in a very good class. Young lady's got a fresh, big-backed, big-bodied, good type of Barrow from that perspective. Comparatively, he doesn't have the big league rear leg we have in our top trio of Barrows. Need to give him a stouter rear leg, and I think more importantly, probably just need to loosen him up in his rear joint, and as his foot goes to the ground, does a good job presenting that one, and he's a fresh Barrow that you like from that perspective. Good class, several nice ones as we go in the line, sort from a structure and density standpoint. Congratulations to those kids.
Your results from Class 34, first place, Macy Powell, Jordanton FFA. Second place, Zoe Pruitt, Bremen FFA. Third place, Laney Allen, Jim Ned FFA. Fourth place, Keelan Metter, Randall County 4-H. Fifth place, Briston Barrow, Wiley Abilene FFA. Sixth place, Sarah Goldemer, McAllen Memorial FFA. Seventh place, Keiki Bishop, Shallowwater FFA. Eighth place, Chessa Wisdom, Hockley County 4-H. Ninth place, Marla Ezelt, Lexington FFA. And 10th place, Cannon Harris, Cisco FFA. Just a reminder, new this year, the Texas Pork Producers Association and Rodeo Austin have partnered with the Certified Texas Bred Registry and will be awarding an overall Texas Bred champion. After the Grand and Reserve Grand have been selected, the judge will then select the remaining Texas Bred breed and or reserve breed champions. The Texas Bred champion will sell as a Lot 3 in the Barrow auction. Thank you for Rodeo Austin and the Texas Pork Producers Partnership with the Texas Bred Registry. Class 36, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 36, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring, please. Class 36, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 36, second call to the show ring, please.
Nice class of dark cross bears, and I'd be the first one to admit, I didn't think this class was maybe as deep. I think the upper end's good, and both these bears that come to the top have some very, very unique pieces. There's some places I'd change both of them, but as the drive continues and you watch the young man's bear and the way that he can keep his spine collected and keep his hock pushing behind and have some range of motion at the ground, he's the one of choice for me. I think he's a bear that's very freshly presented, great in terms of body shape and fill, and on point in terms of skin and hair. I do think there's some places you change him, specifically his left rear. I don't know how to explain it besides he wants to pop his hock. He's square enough in his rear joint, but when he goes, he doesn't overextend it. But right there, you watch him, he does it. I don't know that I've seen that very often, but it doesn't affect his range of motion, comfort, spine, and from there forward. So I think he's the one you've got to use in this particular situation. I do think the one in second's got a bigger forearm. He's got more meat there as you study his forearm, and he's another bear that tends to run uphill. He's a really fresh-backed, good body type of hog. He also has sort from behind, and in my opinion, his sort becomes more extreme than the one that goes right above him. He just wants to drag his rear leg, doesn't have as much flex and give at the ground, and as the drive wears on, young man does a great job presenting him. You can tell naturally he just runs out of gas a little bit. As he does that, he wants to push up in his spine, but that's a close pair. It's a good pair of bears. Both young men do a very nice job presenting them. The calico bear that comes out next is a little more streamlined in what he offers from a look perspective. Very attractive as you study him in terms of just the levelness and the lines he naturally has. He doesn't have as much as the bears that go right above him. When he comes to you, he wants to flatten in his blade and narrow in his chest. And when you get on top of him, of our initial three, he's the flattest made in his forerib. And when you watch him go away, he wants to close up a little bit. Not just as much, just natural punch as those ones that go right above him, but certainly one that's a nice hog that silhouette's good, lands in our 3-hole. Another dense one comes out next in 3. The young lady drives. And, I didn't think this hog blended good enough as you get off him in relation to those other ones. He's naturally just a flatter made hog as well, whose neck wants to say a little bit different. Like his rear leg, I like his view from behind in terms of squareness and what he has in terms of top shape. Need to fix the front 1/3 of his body in terms of squaring him up as he comes right to you and make that head and neck just sit more appropriate on top of his shoulder. A longer bodied one that comes out next. I think in this situation it throws off his balance a little bit. I didn't think he had as much as big league rear bone as those ones that go above him, and at the same time he wants to go to the ground just a bit straighter and stab it just a pinch. Still fresh bodied, good presented, good in terms of back shape, just not as many extras as those ones that go above him. Another good class of dark crosses. Congratulations to all those kids. Outstanding job.
Your results from Class 35. In first place, Cole Phillips, Smith County 4-H. Second place, Brendan Gross, Grandview FFA. Third place, Bellamy Sasson, Eula FFA. Fourth place, Taylor Moore, Roby FFA. Fifth place, Trevor Pacoda, George West FFA. Sixth place, Easton Pedroza, Medina County 4-H. Seventh place, Kenan Smart, Wiley Abilene FFA. Eighth place, Hallie Hawkins, Livingston FFA. Ninth place, Parker Gass, Friendship FFA. 10th place, Trinity Watts, Grandview FFA. On behalf of Rodeo Austin, we'd like to give a special thank you to the advisors and students of West Texas A&M University, the Department of Agricultural Sciences, for helping facilitate today's show. If you see any of these students, be sure to give them a big thank you. We'd also like to thank the Swine Committee and the competitive events volunteers for always donating their time, energy, and dedication in helping make this show a success. Class 37, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 37, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring today. Will a representative close to London Fruit Trail from Friendship FFA please come to the announcer stand? Class 37, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 37, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 37, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 37, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, the quality just keeps coming and coming, class after class. And I took a bit of time to study second and third because I thought it was close. I guess there was never a question in my mind which Barrow was going to be your class winner. And, I think a Barrow that has a lot of very neat pieces out here. I'm not going to say he's perfect, but one that from a density standpoint is very, very unique. He's got a big forearm. He's incredibly fresh in the way he's presented and the way that he rolls up in his back. A Barrow that you like from a range of motion and covering standpoint. There's a time or two maybe where you want to study him from the side and he's not just crazy looking in any one way. I think that's a very logical, very good Barrow to start with in another good class. To me, the decision came in second and third, and both young ladies do an awesome job presenting their Barrows, and they're both just so ready and so right to come to Austin and come to a big-time Barrow show. The way that I see him is I think this Barrow here maintains more range of motion from behind, and quite honestly, both of them need fixed up front. This one's just got more stuff as you're relating back to that 1 and 3rd. Very, very good in terms of what he's got up high. Big back, big-ended, and maintains a square look from behind. Ideally, compared to that class winner, we've got to make him looser in the way he's constructed up front and give him a bigger look to his form as he comes at you. But still, I like that one's freshness, and I like his muscularity. Nice Barrow to be in second. Young lady that comes out in third again, not to sound like a broken record, but the two young ladies in second and third do an amazing job showing their Barrows, and both are just max from a skin and hair standpoint. This hog does have a naturally bigger forearm than the Barrow that lies there in second. But I would tell you that I think he wants to hesitate off both ends a little more than our Barrow in second does. We need to redesign just a little bit as he goes to the ground from behind, and at the same time, maybe not as bold when you get right on top of him comparatively to that one that's in second. But that's a nice pair. Young man coming out next has got a big bladed, dense, stout type of Barrow. Need to redesign the way he's made in his crest and the way that his neck's attached, excuse me, to his blade. And then when he goes right away from you, that hog's naturally not as square built in his feet and his hock joint. Young lady that comes out next has got a Barrow to me that's meat and potatoes in this particular class in terms of build and look. Runs out of stuff. Doesn't have the bone and the feature and the muscle we have of those one that go above him, but certainly appreciate that one's basic design and build. It's another good class of darks. Let's congratulate those kids.
Your results from Class 36. First place, Wesley Mulestein, Jones County 4-H. Second place, Campbell Gross, Grandview FFA. Third place, Lindy Harsh, Mansfield FFA. Fourth place, Caden Guthrie, Whitewright FFA. Fifth place, Brooklyn Kathy, Paradise FFA. Sixth place, Brody Letts, Haskell FFA. Seventh place, Luke McBride, Brownwood FFA. Eighth place, Raylene Eantz, Randall County 4-H. Ninth place, Leodoro Martinez, Catulla FFA. 10th place, Grace Huseman, Nazareth FFA.
attention in the barn and in the arena. We have someone has located two Rolling J Farms checks out of Lytle State Bank. They live in Devine, Texas. Would you please bring a picture ID and come claim your checks? They've been located here in the barn, two checks belonging to Rolling J Farms. John Nageling III. Please come pick up your checks. They are here at the arena.
Class 38, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 38, first call to the show ring. Help me give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Reminder to all senior exhibitors, check out Texas Pork Producers Association Certified Texas Bred Registry Foundation Gilt Scholarship. This scholarship award is available to Texas 4-H and FFA members that have exhibited certified Texas Bred Registry Barrows and Gilts during their high school career. You can find this application at texaspork.org. Class 38, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 38, second call to the show ring. Class 38, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 38, third and final call to the show ring.
You know, an incredibly fun trio to sort through. And I'm not going to say any of the three are perfect by any means. And I think that's what makes it really, really difficult, really fun, and really challenging. And quite honestly, this is why you sign up to judge shows, is when the going gets tough, in my opinion, because there's all three of these, there's pieces of all three of these barras that I'd love to take home with me and just put them all together if we could do that, because I don't think there's one of these that is just perfect in what they offer. The way I see it, of our top three, the young man's kind of black-headed, black-tipped hog is the one that's a combination of things that I think where we need to be today. He puts the look of the Barrow in second and the density of the Barrow in third, and he does that the most effectively, in my opinion, comparatively to the Barrow in second. He naturally has got a bigger forearm, he's bigger bladed, and that hog to me has more range of motion as you ask him to go and leave. Now, at the same token, when he goes right away, you've got to ask yourself, he is on the edge of being too wide. Setting his stifle and his hock and where his rear feet hit. He's acceptable because he maintains range of motion out here and does that effectively. I love the Barrow in second from a side profile in terms of his proportionality, his lines. That's his advantage as you take him to the Barrow that goes in third, because I think he naturally is built just wanting to run more uphill. And this hog is impeccable in terms of his presentation. I think he's a little more upright in the way he's constructed. He doesn't come to you with as much punch as that Barrow that goes in first, and probably doesn't have as much range of motion. That's a very high quality Barrow, which he had more forearm and feature in relationship to the mass he has up high. It's a good pair of them. I think it's a close call in these top three. Go ahead and let the young lady out in third. Because the Barrow that comes in third, I think, is very interesting because he's the one that's got the biggest rear leg and he's got the biggest back. There's no doubt when you get on top of this one, he's a monster in terms of the way that he shapes up and squares out coming out the backside of his shoulder and going away. You have to appreciate this hog's natural set to his hock and to his rear foot and where it hits the ground. My sword comes up front. To me, he's a little more piecey in the way he's constructed. When he comes at you, he wants to turn his front feet in and close up at the ground. And then when you step to the side of him, he naturally, to me, is the least proportional of our top three. I think that's a close call. I think those are three very interesting Barrows. I would bet if you polled the crowd, we'd probably have different priorities and how you rank them. That's okay. I'm comfortable with how I did them, and I think those three are very nice. Great showman. Congratulations to all three of those. Young lady ends up fourth here, and one that you like from a freshness and stoutness perspective. Need to push him down his top. He's just a little tighter made everywhere, in fact, and probably just give him a more relaxed look to his hock and to his rear ankle, like his muscle, like his freshness. Just need to keep it more relaxed out here. Young man that finishes in fifth has got one that is a little lower set than some of them perhaps in this class. When you get on top of this one and study him, he wants to run out of stuff, I guess, is the best way to relate that. Doesn't have as much punch on the top side of his skeleton, and when he goes right away, we've got to square him up in terms of his rear joint, but that's a Barrow that certainly has a nice silhouette from the side when you study him from that perspective. Good class of dark cross. We continue with one here that's a little more elevated, needs more muscle, doesn't have as much as those ones that go above him. Young lady does a good job presenting that one. Congratulations to those kids. Good job.
Your results from Class 37, first place, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Second place, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Third place, Dakota Martin, Mason County 4-H. Fourth place, Brenley Hatfield, Monday FFA. Fifth place, Benjamin Tyson, Randall County 4-H. Sixth place, Callaway Soto, Idalou FFA. Seventh place, Holton Hawkins, Shallowater FFA. Eighth place, Adeline Galovich, Jim Ned FFA. Ninth place, Tristan Jordan, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 10th place, Macy Miller, Waller FFA. want me to announce 15 minutes? At the conclusion of Class 38, we will have our Division II drive, followed by our Dark Cross Overall Champion drive. At that time, we will be taking a 15-minute break in preparation for the Grand Drive overall. 15-minute break after the conclusion of the Champion Dark Cross drive. At this time, can we have the first and second placings from Class 34 through 37 start making their way to the show ring? First and second placings from class 34 through 37 start making your way to the show ring, please. As a reminder, you will re-weigh as you enter the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. First and second placings in class 34 through 37. This is your second call to the show ring. If you were a first or second place in class 34 through 37, this is your third and final call for a Division II drive. Please bring your animals to the ring.
Good way to finish off our last division of the day. And I trio bears that I got to apologize. I drove a little long, and the reason I did is I went back and forth on how to place those three and the scenarios of how you describe them and the way that they hit you coming through just several times, to be honest with you. I think they're very close. I think they're all very solid, good bears. I think there's places I'd change them all. There's places each one of them is the best in this particular class. But I guess as I kept coming back to them and in my mind going through which one puts together the most of the best, it's the young lady in pink here is going to have your class winner. And he's one that's a little bit deceiving to me because he's one of the more elevated ones that has a great big rear leg and he knows how to use it. And you wonder if he's going to have enough. He's probably a square coming at you as any of them. He's a bear that proportions really good. He doesn't have as much in the center part of his body or in his ham loin as the bear that's in third. He has more shape than the bear that's in second, and so I think he's the one that you land on from that perspective. A solid place to start. Again, I think it's very close. The bear that comes in second, I love this hog's ability to stay natural out here. When I mean that, I mean like his skeleton never deviates and how his range of motion comes and goes, and he's a bear that's solid as he goes to the ground up front and from behind. My problems come when I get right on top of him. He's easily the plainest and the most general in terms of his back shape as any of them. I just wish he had more relatively to the muscle he has from behind, and that's where the young lady's bear beats him because she just has more natural shape, more punch right behind his shoulder. I think that's a close trio again because the young lady's bear that comes in third is the EST in terms of blade shape, body, and back. Easily the one that opens up the best at the top of his shoulder. My problems come when I get off this one, and I study him from a proportionality standpoint. In my opinion, he wants to get a bit more jammed up in the way he's made up front. At the same time, he's not as big league, rear league bone as those bears that go above him. He's a little just bigger hocked, and from there he funnels to the ground in terms of his just size of his bone work. But that's a really close trio of bears. It'd be fun to talk about those amongst peers and which way you like those, because I think, quite honestly, you can line them up a lot of different ways and in your mind justify doing that. Young lady that comes in fourth's got another nice bear that you like from just a feet leg standpoint in terms of the way his rear leg goes from the side. As you study him and he comes right at you, he's the narrowest gauge that we have of our initial four. At the same time, he reads just a bit plainer, I guess, as I stand off of him and watch how he's collected. But that's certainly a nice bear to end up in fourth. One coming out in fifth is another nice hog in terms of back shape and freshness of appearance. This one wants to close up too much when he comes right at you. Again, wants to get a little base narrow at the ground. It's a good class of darks. I wanted to mention the Calico coming out next. Really, really fresh backed one. Simply put, just stabs his rear leg too much to the ground and bows out in his hock. Good class of crosses. Congratulations to those kids.
Your results for Class 38. First place, Cash Martin, Hale County 4-H. Second place, Taden Marsh, Whitesboro FFA. Third place, Toby Alexander, Kendall County 4-H. Fourth place, London Futrell, Friendship FFA. Fifth place, Larson Allen, Jim Ned FFA. Sixth place, Lorelei Cessna, East Bernard FFA. Seventh place, Addison Walzer, Hempville County 4-H. Eighth place, Heidi Liska, Live Oak County 4-H. Ninth place, Paige Rutland, Lampasas FFA. And 10th place, Zoe Eli, Comfort FFA. We will now move into our Division II Dark Cross Heavyweight Division. From Class 34, we have Macy Powell, Jordanton FFA. From Class 35, we have Cole Phillips, Smith County 4-H. From Class 36, Wesley Mulestein, Jones County 4-H. From Class 37, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. And from Class 38, Cash Martin, Hale County 4-H. Can we now have the Dark Cross Lightweight Division champions, Blaze Kozart, Early FFA, and Brandy Lynn Barrow, Wiley Abilene FFA. To the ring, please.
Well, certainly been a very fun heavyweight or sort of Division II drive, and after lunch we started out of the gate with some very good quality and some difficult decisions that were made throughout the afternoon. Please help me congratulate all these young people as we stand out here and sort through these, and you know, it's been a fun trip. I think we get out here and it becomes a I guess somewhat of a two-horse race in my opinion. I think there's one that's an outlier out here in terms of bone and feature and comfort, density. I talked about him in class. He hit me good coming through, and he still does. Young man in the green shirt's going to win your heavies.
Your champion Division II Dark Cross comes from Class 36, Wesley Mulestein, Jones County 4-H. In the ring is Campbell Gross, Grandview FFA.
We bring that second place bear, and I talked about that was a solid class. That bear that comes out again, you appreciate from a muscle standpoint. I don't think he's got the running gear as some of these we got out here. I guess as we just sit and discuss a little bit, these are one that wins that first class is one you'd like from a bone perspective. You know, I'd probably like to freshen him up a little bit, and I guess relatively speaking, he's a bit longer bodied. I think in this situation it throws off his balance. A young man with the black hipped one, I think, is a bear that won a good class, and I like a lot of things about that bear in terms of his bone and his forearm and his general presence. Got to ask yourself where he's at from behind as it goes right away in terms of his width he has to his hock and as it goes to the ground. Young lady that wins the last class has one that's unique looking for a big heavy. Again, does he have enough punch as you get in the middle of that hog, and does he blend good enough his ham loin hookup? And then the bear the young man's got here, and he's one that's very, very unique in terms of freshness and presentation and body and squareness. Every once in a while, he wants to just pop his hock a little bit. It's not affecting his range of motion. It bugs me a little bit, but at the end of the day, as we take the totals and think about him, he's my second favorite. He's going to be reserve heavy.
Your reserve Division II champion come from Class 35, Cole Phillips, Smith County 4-H. We will now have our Dark Cross champion drive. At the conclusion of this champion drive, we will take a 15-minute break as we prepare for the grand overall drive. Ben, you ready? Yep. Your lightweight division champion comes from Class 32, Blaze Cozart, early FFA. Entering the ring from Class 36 is your heavyweight division champion, Wesley Mulestein, Jones County 4-H.
Well, again, let's put our hands together for the Dark Cross exhibitors here, and we had two divisions of them. It's been a great show today. The Blues were good, and the Darks have been very good as well. And you got to ask yourself a lot of questions, I guess, when you get a pair of them out here that are both unique in different areas. And I'd be the first one to tell you, I don't think they both look exactly the same, and I'm okay with that. Because they're both very good type of hogs that have the extras and are extreme in some areas, but still both basic in terms of skeleton. I'll be honest with you, when I came to the mic, I wasn't sure which one I was going to use. I like both of them a good deal, and I guess as I sit back and watch them go, and I've talked about this all week, and I'm going to continue to talk about proportionality and balance and squareness and look, and the ones that have the extras. The one I like is the Division I winner. He's going to be your champion, Dark.
Your dark cross breed champion is Blaze Cozart from Class 32 of early FFA. Entering the ring now is reserved from Class 33, Brandy Lynn, Barrow, Wiley, Abilene, FFA.
still a very, very close decision, and I think there's just a few differences in the pair. Reserve Division One comes out, and one that's extra bold and stout. It opened up, remains comfortable. As I talked about him in division, maybe doesn't blend as good the way that his neck and his shoulder set and all that come together. And then we have the one that won the last division, and as I talked about him in division, man, he is a creature out here in terms of bone and foot and comfort. I wish, as we talk about him and how to critique him, as you watch him go right away, he's not as genuine as our champion, and that's where I'd fix him. Just give him more oomph there in the seat of his pants. I think it's really, really close. I guess when I leave tomorrow, I want to think about this pair and how good they were and how you sort them and how you like them. My second favorite is Division II. He'll be reserve.
Your reserve champion comes from Class 36, Wesley Muhlstein, Jones County 4-H. At this time, we will take a 15-minute break, reconvene at 3:45 for our grand champion drive. Your heavyweight division results from the Mormon Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry. Class 34, Texas Bred Registry champion Zoe Pruitt from Bremond FFA, bred by Calhoun Boys from Bedias. From Class 35, your champion goes to Bellamy Sason, Eula FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock of Haskell. From Class 36, your Texas Bred Registry champion, Wesley Muhlstein, Jones County 4-H, bred by Brockman Farms of Montgomery. Class 37, Texas Bred Registry champion, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H, bred by The Stud in Montgomery. And your Class 38 Texas Bred Registry champion, Toby Alexander of Kendall County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Lackey Livestock of Haskell. Congratulations to all the Certified Texas Bred Registry participants. As a reminder, this year, the Texas Pork Producers Association and Rodeo Austin have partnered with the Certified Texas Bred Registry and will be awarding an overall Texas Bred champion. After the selection of the Grand and Reserve Grand have been selected, the judge will select from the remaining Texas breeds for Grand and or Reserve champions. The Texas Breed champion will sell as lot number 3 in the Barrow auction. Attention in the barn. If you can start bringing your champion and reserve champion breeds to the show ring, please start bringing your champion and reserve champion breeds to the show ring for a reweigh. Champion and reserve champion breeds. This is your second call to be making your way to the show ring. Second call for champion and reserve champion breeds. Please make your way to show ring. Champion and Reserve Champion breeds, this is your third and final call to the show ring for the Grand Drive. Third and final call for Champion and Reserve Champion breeds. Please bring your animals to the show ring. Well, good afternoon, Rodeo Austin. Are we ready for a grand drive? That's what it's all about right there. I've made mention of several different committees, groups, students, advisors. We'd like to thank our West Texas A&M faculty and students for helping put on this show, making this a successful Barrow show. I'd like to thank, on behalf of Rodeo Austin, we'd like to thank our competitive events committee as well as all of the swine committees, volunteers, their hard work and dedication. Without them, none of this would be possible. I have two gentlemen in front of the stage that we'd like to recognize. On behalf of Rodeo Austin, our executive committee members presenting our banners to our champions are Dolphin Jackson and Eddie Ledesma. Let's give these gentlemen a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen, for all you do for Rodeo Austin. I'd also like to, on behalf of Rodeo Austin, thank our judge, Ben Boble, for his time and dedication in the last few days. At this time, we'll get started. Our reserve breed champion, Duroc, is Grant Lackey from Haskell. Grant is the child of Jason and Jackie Lackey, and he is a member of the Haskell FFA. Grant's future plans consist of being a future pig breeder, and you can find this young man, his favorite hobby is showing pigs. Let's give a round of applause to Grant Lackey. Next, we have our reserve breed dark OPB, Creighton Rains of Sweetwater. Creighton is a member of the Sweetwater FFA and is the son of Corey and Lacey Rains. His future plans consist of showing pigs and steers with his two brothers. You can find him going to stock shows, making new friends, and playing tag. Congratulations, Creighton Rains. Your reserve breed champion, white OPB, goes to Reed Powell of Jordanton. Reed is a member of the Jordanton FFA, parents of Jay and Gina Powell. Reed's future plans consist of attending Texas Tech, majoring in agriculture, and raising show pigs. His favorite hobbies include baseball, fishing, hunting, and basketball. Congratulations, Reed Powell. Your reserve breed champion, Hampshire, goes to Banner Young of Burke Burnett, Texas. Banner is the child of Dan and Jill Young. Banner is a member of the Burke Burnett FFA and plans to study agronomy at Texas Tech University. His favorite hobbies include showing pigs and fitting goats. Congratulations, Banner Young. Your reserve champion, Yorkshire, goes to Clayton Powell of Farmersville FFA, or Farmersville, Texas, excuse me, and is a member of the Farmersville FFA. His parents are Michael and Carly Lilly and Sean Powell. Clayton's future plans include attending Texas A&M. His favorite hobbies are showing pigs, playing baseball, and cornhole. Congratulations, Clayton Powell. Your reserve champion, light crossbreed, is Shelby Brown of Lubbock, Texas. Shelby is a member of the Friendship FFA. Her parents include Chad and Natasha Brown. Her future plans include attending Texas Tech University. And her favorite hobbies include showing pigs and golfing. Congratulations, Shelby Brown. And your reserve champion, Dark Cross, goes to Wesley Milstein of Stamford, Texas. Wesley is a member of the Jones County 4-H and the son of Kurt and Naomi Milstein. Wesley's future plans include being an ag teacher someday And his favorite hobbies are showing pigs, riding horses, and hanging out with friends. Congratulations, Wesley. These individuals are your reserve breed champions. Let's give them a round of applause. And now for the main event. Your champion Duroc is shown by Hunter Butler of Killeen, Texas. Hunter is a member of Bell County 4-H. His parents are Ty and Kristen Butler. Hunter's plans include attending Texas A&M, and his favorite hobbies are showing pigs, goats, hunting, fishing, and playing golf. Congratulations, Hunter. Your champion Dark OPB is shown by Kai Blunt of Kerrville, Texas. Kai is a member of the Tyvee FFA and the son of Carrie and Zach Blunt. His future plans include playing baseball at Texas Tech University. His favorite hobbies are showing pigs, playing baseball, and hunting and fishing. Congratulations, Kai Blunt. Your champion, White OPB, is shown by Addison Horton of Farmersville, Texas. Addison is a member of Farmersville FFA and is the daughter of Steve and Cammie Horton. Her plans are to attend Texas Tech University. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs and sheep. Congratulations, Addison Horton. Your champion Hampshire is shown by Selah Salmons of Weatherford, Texas. Selah is the daughter of Gabe and Casey Salmons, and is a member of the Parker County 4-H. Selah's future plans include playing softball for LSU and studying kinesiology. Her favorite hobbies are showing pigs, playing softball, and volleyball. Congratulations, Selah. Your champion Yorkshire is shown by Cade Anderson of Graham, Texas. Cade is a member of Graham FFA and is the son of Brandon and Penny Anderson. His future plans include being on a livestock judging team at Blinn College and then hopefully finishing out his schooling at a Texas school and possibly even WT. Congratulations, Cade. His favorite hobbies include long walks on the beach, cheerleading, wearing a mask, and properly social distancing. Congratulations, Cade Anderson. Your champion light crossbred is shown by Dawson Chumley of Farmersville FFA and is a member of the is from Farmersville, Texas, a member of the Farmersville FFA. He is the son of David and Kathy Chumley. Dawson's future plans include Texas A&M and a master's in math. His hobbies are showing pigs and playing basketball. Congratulations, Dawson. And your champion dark crossbred is shown by Blaze Cozart of Zephyr. Blaze is a member of the early FFA and the son of Ben and Misty Cozart. His future plans include judging livestock in college. His favorite hobbies include raising and showing pigs and judging livestock. Congratulations, Blaze Cozart. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your breed champions.
You guys want to go ahead and just shut them down for here just a couple minutes. I want to make a few general comments, and I guess the first thing I'll tell you is that I wish I had the courage a young man has that shows the Yorkshire to talk about long walks on the beach and the things he likes to do. I asked him if that was his parents that put him up to it. He said it was a combination of both. So he's going to go a long way in life if he has that type of courage to allow someone to say that on the mic. Anyway, it's been a good show. A lot of fun to come back to Austin. I've said this multiple times throughout, and I hope that the folks in Texas understand and the kids understand, most importantly, how incredibly fortunate you are to have a group of people that run these shows that make sure they happen. Because I'm just telling you, I live in a state that we're still not certain we'll get to show our pigs this summer. I mean, my girls we've got some bears on feed for our Illinois State Fair. It's our favorite show in the whole world to go to, and I cannot look them in the eye and tell them we're going to have a show. So that's how important it is that you're here. That's how important it is that you're here. Let's show our appreciation for Rodeo Austin for doing this for these kids. I want to thank Rachel and her staff. It's been, without a doubt, one of my best experiences I've had in Texas. They are, bar none, top shelf, as good as there is in terms of hospitality. I've always felt welcome, and they've done a great job inviting me down, and the hospitality has been great. And their volunteers, I know they don't have as many volunteers this year with the rodeo not going on, but certainly that's a big part of it. I want to thank Dr. Keith, Dr. Williams, and Dr. Wolf, and the staff from the kids from WT, top-notch kids. I would encourage you, if you have young people, to visit with them about your kids going there, because they do a great job in the back, and we definitely couldn't have the show without them. To the swine committee that helped in here and back there, again, bar none, as good as there is, without a doubt. You know, the one thing I wanted to say, yesterday I was watching basketball on my off day, and I wanted to watch OYE and watch it, the replay on Walton. I didn't get to watch it, and just listen to some of the industry leaders, Brian Arnold and Mark Hogue and Jack Ward, Craig Beckmeyer, talk and what they said in their Grand Drive speech, because I think we've talked enough about 2020. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, it was hard. Life's hard. Like, it's not going to be easy no matter what you decide to do in this world. It's never going to be easy. How we move forward, instead of looking back and crying over spilled milk, is how we'll be defined as an ag industry, and I think we need to continue to think about that. The one thing that Mark Hogue said that really hit home for me, and I look up to Mark, he was my judging coach and a mentor, he said something about there needs to be more barns. And for those who have seen that on Facebook and seen his wife promoting that, I think it is where we need to be. Take these dang cell phones away from kids and social media, and let's spend more time as a family in our barn. That's what we need to do, right? I'm guilty. We're all guilty of being connected to that damn thing, but I think we need to spend more time in the barn with our kids, and I know that's where we have our best moments. I'm going to go get you a couple champions. It's been a great show. As always, thank you to my wife and my girls at home.
Your grand champion comes from the Dark Cross, Blaze Cozart of Early FFA. Coming into the ring, your reserve champion Dark Cross, Wesley Milstein of Jones County 4-H.
Again, I just want to sincerely thank Rodeo Austin and the crew here for having me. I've been very fortunate and blessed to judge some shows in Texas over the last 10 years, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Not that I'm going to retire, but I just want to thank the people of Texas for trusting me to sort your livestock. And I tell you what, the one thing I didn't say, and I want to reiterate it again, there's no better place to judge in the state of Texas because the kids here are selfless, and they are committed to being adults, or young adults, and they're committed to be polite and respectful, and you don't get that at every place in the country. So once again, put our hands together for Rodeo Austin. My second favorite one came out of the same division. Young man here is going to have reserve grand.
Your reserve grand champion goes to Wesley Milstein of Jones County 4-H. At this time, the selection for the Texas Bred Registry will take place.
So they announced this on the mic a couple times today about picking a top Grand Reserve and third overall Texas bred. They tell me the Champion Reserve were Texas bred, so I'm asked to pick a third one, which I think will be the third sale spot, right? Whenever the sale is. And so I think it's a great program. We have something similar, not to this degree, but it's good to support those breeders in Texas. As I get out here, I think it's a really nice set. My third favorite one, or I guess of the group that's remaining out here, is the Reserve Hamp. He'll be Reserve Texas bred.
Your Texas bred champion was the Reserve Hamp, shown by Banner Young of Burke Burnett FFA. Thank you to all the exhibitors. Congratulations. And on behalf of Rodeo Austin, thank you. That concludes our 2021 Market Barrow Show. Thank you.